Trapped in the grind, wondering if life has more to offer? Break free, rewrite your story, and discover the blueprint to turn your stuck moments into unstoppable success. Stop feeling stuck by fear. Figure out what you really want in life. Before we dive in, hit like and subscribe if you enjoy the books I publish here. Comment where you're listening from, and the time there, it's always cool to see. Now, listen, grow, and hopefully you fall asleep. Chapter 1. The Call That Changed Everything. We have your daughter. If you make one wrong move, she gets hurt. Those chilling words exploded through my father's phone on what had started as an ordinary Friday afternoon in Los Angeles. One moment, he was brewing coffee in our family kitchen. The next, he was frozen in terror, listening to a woman's desperate screams that the caller claimed were mine. The masculine voice continued, cold and calculated. You will do exactly as we say, or we'll send her head to your doorstep. Do you understand? My father's world collapsed in that instant. Just 6 months earlier, we had taken my older sister off life support after a devastating illness. The grief had nearly broken him then. Now, faced with losing his only remaining daughter, he surrendered completely to fear. This is my only daughter, he pleaded, voice trembling. I'll do whatever you want. What my father didn't know, what would take 2 agonizing hours to discover, was that I wasn't kidnapped at all. I was safely conducting a podcast interview in my Beverly Hills office, completely unaware of the nightmare unfolding across town. The kidnapping was an elaborate scam, but the terror was devastatingly real. This isn't just a story about a cruel phone scam. It's about the moment I realized how completely fear can hijack our minds, rob us of our power, and trap us in false realities we believe we can't escape. Because here's the truth that changed everything for me. Most of us are held hostage every single day, not by external kidnappers, but by the prison of our own making. We're kidnapped by our fears, our limiting beliefs, and the stories we tell ourselves about what's possible. And just like my father that day, we often don't realize we have another option. Now, you have to understand the emphasis on this. I am one of 2 daughters, and at the time, literally just 6 months before this phone call came in, we took my big sis off of life support, as I said before. I'll never forget the day that she died. My dad looked at me with this grief, with this heartbreak bigger than the entire sky, and he kept repeating to me saying, now I only have one daughter left. So, as anyone would when they're in fear, he gave his power away and he desperately said to the kidnappers, this is my only daughter. I'll do whatever you want. Are you alone? The kidnappers asked him. And in that moment, he locked eyes with my mum across the kitchen, pressed his fingers to his lips, silently begging her to remain quiet. And he said to them, yep, I'm alone, as he scribbled on a napkin. He wrote, go outside, quiet, call 911. Elaine has been kidnapped. My sweet mum, she hurried outside with her hands trembling, and she managed to call 911. Meanwhile, my dad was being commanded by the kidnappers. Get in your car, they said to him. You're going to the bank, you're keeping us on the phone, and you're going to pay a ransom. And if you don't cooperate, we'll be sending you her body parts in the mail. My mum let the police know to meet her at the bank, and she tiptoed in the car so that they wouldn't hear her. The conversation in the car to the bank was all over the place. In 1 minute, they were asking my dad how his day was. In the next minute, they were threatening to do more hurt to me. They pulled up at the bank, and my mum went to meet the police officer, and meanwhile, my dad stiffly walked into the bank with his phone on in his pocket. As promised, so that the kidnapper could hear him wiring the funds. Meanwhile, as all of this was unfolding, I was actually sitting in my quaint, little Beverly Hills office, conducting a podcast interview. I remember throughout the conversation with my guest, kind of seeing my phone light up across my desk and not thinking much of it. No, it wasn't until my guest left that I saw a slew of missed calls. And most importantly, I saw one text message that I'll never forget. It said, this is the police. I'm with your family. Please call. Now, in my early 20s, I worked in counter-terrorism at the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., so believe me when I tell you that my imagination of what could go wrong is so colourful. But in that moment, I've never gotten a message like that, thinking that maybe whatever was on the other side of that text message was going to ruin my life. So I sat there and I mustered the courage to finally call. He said, "This is Officer Johnson. Is this Elena? Yes. He said, please confirm your name. I said, this is Elena Michelle Martinez. Is my family okay? Next thing I knew, I heard commotion. He yelled across the bank to my dad, Mr. Martinez, hang up the phone. She's on the line. It's a scam. I heard a ton of commotion, and then my dad grabbed the phone from the police officer, and he came onto the phone with me with a voice sounding more fragile than I've ever heard him before. And all he said to me was, is it you? I said, yeah, it's me. And for the first time ever, I heard my dad break down and sob. He didn't like that when I was a little girl. I remember one of his businesses went under, and our family went through an incredibly hard time, and he didn't sob like that. When I was in middle school, I came home one day, and he told me he had stage 3 cancer. And he didn't sob like that the day my big sister passed away. Never. He kept asking me if it was me, as in, I felt like I had to prove that it was, so I said, yeah, Dad, it's me. We dressed up as hot dogs together for Halloween. You love cheesecake. I just signed my book deal. It's me, Dad. And he met me with one question. He said, can you please just come home? So I was on my way. I remember walking in the front door of my parents' house. My dad rushed over to me, and we hugged heart to heart, and I felt his pain in a way that I've never felt on another person. It was in that moment that I also realized that parents aren't superhumans, that they're just people, like you, like me, doing the best that they can. He walked me through the phone call from start to finish, and I couldn't believe that for 2 entire hours he was living one reality while I was living a completely separate one. But knowing that the truth always leaves clues, I couldn't help but wonder, how did my super smart dad get so duped? And did the crying woman even sound like me? And how did he manage to give his power away so quickly to a bunch of strangers? So, eventually I managed to ask him, did you ever doubt that this was real? And he gave an answer that we all tend to give when life corners us and we buy into fear. He said to me, I didn't think that there was another option. Thinking about that, he went on, about how we get so scared and how somebody was screaming on the line and you don't have time to think about that. And that totally made sense to me. But throughout the rest of the night, I sat there in so much sadness and some anger, looking at how traumatized I'd never seen my 75-year-old dad so traumatized, wondering how could somebody do this to another person? And it was in that moment that something completely unexpected washed over me, and it was compassion. Not just for my dad, but for the fake kidnappers. I wondered, why would somebody choose a career path of scaring people like that and robbing them of their life savings? The only answer I could come up with was maybe they didn't think they had a better option. Or, maybe this is what their parents taught them, just like my parents taught me what was possible for me in my career. Or maybe they don't have the awareness that there's another way. Put simply, maybe this was the best that they thought they could do to get by, survive, and meet their needs in the world, and pay their bills. This realization hit me like a lightning bolt. These criminals, as despicable as their actions were, had somehow convinced themselves that this was their only path forward. They had trapped themselves in a narrative that said this was the only way they could make money, the only way they could survive. And then it hit me even harder. How many of us do the same thing to ourselves every single day? How many of us wake up each morning and go to jobs we hate because we think it's the only way to pay our bills? How many of us stay in relationships that drain our souls because we think it's better than being alone? How many of us silence our dreams, our passions, our authentic desires because we think there's no other option? That night, as I sat in my childhood bedroom, staring at the ceiling and processing everything that had happened, I realized something profound. Often we kidnap ourselves from the lives that we actually want because we think a different path is going to help us survive, get by, pay our bills, or meet our needs in the world. I pulled out my journal and I wrote at the top of it, I'm my own kidnapper. I listed all of the ways over the years that I silenced the truth of what I actually want, all of the times that I took myself captive on soul-crushing journeys that I didn't even want to be on. I thought about how so many of us choose majors in college or career paths that we don't even want to be on, because we think it will help us survive, get by, or meet our needs in the world. But it doesn't have to be that way. As I wrote in that journal, memories flooded back. I remembered being in college, studying something that felt completely wrong for me, but continuing because I thought it was the practical choice. I remembered taking jobs that made me feel dead inside because they offered security. I remembered all the times I said no to opportunities that excited me because they seemed too risky, too uncertain, too different from what was expected. I had been my own kidnapper for years, holding myself hostage to other people's expectations, to society's definition of success, to my own fears about what might happen if I dared to follow my heart. The irony wasn't lost on me. Here I was, someone who had worked in counter-terrorism, someone who understood the psychology of fear and manipulation, and yet I had been manipulating myself for years. I had been using fear as a weapon against my own dreams. That night marked the beginning of a journey that would completely transform not just my career, but my entire approach to life. It was the night I realized that the biggest prison we face isn't created by external circumstances or other people. It's the prison we build for ourselves, brick by brick, choice by choice, compromise by compromise. And just like any prison, the first step to freedom is recognizing that you're trapped. Chapter 2. When fear takes control. The morning after the fake kidnapping incident, I woke up with a question burning in my mind. How does fear make us give away our power so completely? As I replayed the events of the previous day, I began to see a pattern that extended far beyond my father's experience with those criminals. Fear, I realized, is the master manipulator. It doesn't just influence our decisions, it hijacks our entire decision-making process. But here's what most people don't understand about fear. When we're in its grip, our brain chemistry literally changes. Neuroscience research from Stanford University shows that when the amygdala, our brain's fear center, is activated, blood flow is diverted away from our prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for rational thinking and decision-making. In other words, fear doesn't just make us emotional, it biologically impairs our ability to think clearly. When my father heard that woman screaming on the phone, claiming to be me, his rational mind shut down. All of his intelligence, all of his life experience, all of his natural skepticism disappeared in an instant. Fear had taken the wheel, and fear doesn't think logically. Fear only knows one thing: survive at all costs. But here's what I found most fascinating and terrifying about the whole situation. My father, a successful businessman who had navigated countless challenges throughout his life, became completely powerless in the face of fear. He didn't just make a bad decision, he temporarily lost the ability to make any real decision at all. He simply reacted. This is what fear does to all of us. It turns us from conscious creators of our lives into unconscious reactors to our circumstances. I started thinking about all the ways fear had controlled my own life. There was the time in college when I wanted to switch majors to something I was passionate about, but fear of disappointing my parents kept me on a path that felt completely wrong. There was the job I stayed in for 2 years longer than I should have because fear of financial instability kept me trapped in a situation that was slowly killing my spirit. There was the relationship I stayed in because fear of being alone seemed worse than being with someone who didn't truly understand or support me. There was the business idea I never pursued because fear of failure convinced me it was better to stay safe than to risk everything for a dream. In each of these situations, just like my father with the kidnappers, I had given my power away to fear. I had let fear make my decisions for me, and every single time, those decisions led me further away from the life I actually wanted. Now here's where it gets really interesting. According to research published in the Journal of Experimental Psychology, we consistently overestimate the negative impact of future events. In a landmark 2013 study, researchers found that when people imagined worst-case scenarios, they predicted they would feel terrible for much longer than they actually did when those scenarios came to pass. This impact bias, as psychologists call it, means we're making decisions based on faulty forecasting of our emotional futures. But fear is sneaky. It doesn't usually show up wearing a mask and demanding ransom money. Instead, it disguises itself as practicality, as responsibility, as common sense. It whispers things like, "You should be grateful for what you have." This is the responsible choice. You can't afford to take risks right now. What will people think? You're not qualified for that. You're too old to start over. You're too young to know what you want. That's not realistic. Fear is a master of disguise, and it's incredibly good at making its voice sound like wisdom, like the voice of reason, like the voice of a caring friend who just wants to protect you from making a mistake. But there's one crucial principle that changes everything. Fear evolved to protect us from immediate physical dangers, not to guide our life decisions. Anthropological evidence shows that our fear response developed over millions of years to help our ancestors escape predators and survive immediate threats. Harvard evolutionary biologists have documented how this ancient survival mechanism is fundamentally mismatched to our modern environment, where most threats are psychological rather than physical. But here's the truth that took me years to understand. Fear is not your friend. Fear is not wisdom. Fear is not protection. Fear is a primitive survival mechanism that was designed to keep our ancestors alive when they were being chased by saber-toothed tigers. It was never designed to help us navigate the complex emotional and psychological landscape of modern life. When we let fear make our career decisions, our relationship decisions, our life decisions, we're essentially letting a caveman's brain run our 21st century life. And that caveman's brain has one primary directive: avoid anything that might be dangerous, even if that dangerous thing is actually the path to our greatest fulfillment and success. I remember a conversation I had with a client several years ago. Sarah was a brilliant marketing executive who had been working at the same company for 8 years. She was miserable. She dreaded Monday mornings. She felt like her creativity was being suffocated. She had dreams of starting her own consulting business, and she had the skills, the experience, and the connections to make it work. But every time she thought about leaving her job, fear would swoop in with its arsenal of what-ifs. What if you can't find clients? What if you fail and have to come crawling back? What if you can't make enough money? What if people think you're crazy for giving up a good job? Fear had convinced Sarah that staying in a job that was slowly destroying her soul was the safe choice. But was it really safe? Was it safe to spend 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, doing work that made her feel dead inside? Was it safe to ignore her dreams, her passions, her authentic desires? Was it safe to live a life that wasn't really hers? The answer, of course, is no. There's nothing safe about living a life that isn't aligned with who you really are. There's nothing safe about ignoring your deepest desires and settling for less than what you know you're capable of. There's nothing safe about giving your power away to fear. Here's the mistake that destroys most people's progress. They wait to feel fearless before taking action. But a groundbreaking 2017 study from the University of California found that successful people don't experience less fear, they simply develop better relationships with it. They learn to act despite their fear, not in the absence of it. But fear doesn't want you to see this. Fear wants you to believe that the biggest risk is following your dreams, when in reality, the biggest risk is not following them. I've worked with thousands of people over the years, and I've seen the same pattern over and over again. The people who are most stuck, most frustrated, most unfulfilled are not the people who took risks and failed. They're the people who never took the risks at all. They're the people who let fear make their decisions for them. They're the people who, like my father, in that moment of terror, gave their power away to something that wasn't even real. Because here's the thing about most of our fears, they're not based on reality. They're based on stories we tell ourselves about what might happen. They're based on worst-case scenarios that our minds create to keep us from taking action. My father's fear was based on the story that his daughter had been kidnapped. But that story wasn't true. The kidnappers were real, but the kidnapping wasn't. The fear was real, but the threat wasn't. And most of our career fears, our relationship fears, our life fears are exactly the same. The fear is real, but the threat isn't. We're afraid of things that haven't happened, might not happen, and probably won't happen. We're afraid of stories our minds have created, not actual reality. The advanced strategy that separates success from failure is what psychologists call cognitive reappraisal, the ability to consciously change how you think about a situation to change how you feel about it. A 2018 meta-analysis of 43 studies published in Psychological Bulletin found that people who regularly practice cognitive reappraisal experience less anxiety, greater resilience, and make more effective decisions under pressure. But even when we know this intellectually, it can be incredibly difficult to break free from fear's grip. Fear is powerful because it feels so real, so urgent, so important. When fear is activated, our bodies flood with stress hormones. Our hearts race, our palms sweat, our minds go into overdrive, spinning out scenario after scenario of everything that could go wrong. In these moments, it's almost impossible to think clearly, to make rational decisions, to remember that we have choices. Just like my father, we become reactive instead of responsive. We give our power away instead of claiming it. So how do we break free from fear's control? How do we reclaim our power and start making decisions from a place of wisdom rather than terror? The Fear Freedom Framework. I've developed a 3-step process that has helped thousands of my clients break free from fear's control. Recognition. Learn to recognize when fear is driving your decisions. Notice the physical sensations in your body: racing heart, shallow breathing, tightness in your chest or stomach. Pay attention to catastrophic thinking patterns and what-if spirals. According to research from the University of Michigan, simply labeling your emotions can reduce their intensity by up to 50%. Reality testing. Question your fear-based thoughts using these powerful inquiries. Is this fear based on facts or assumptions? What's the actual evidence for and against this fear? What's the worst that could realistically happen? How would I cope if the worst did happen? What opportunities might arise even if things don't go as planned? Reclaiming choice. Make a conscious decision about how to respond rather than reacting automatically. Ask yourself, what would I do if fear wasn't in the driver's seat? What choice aligns with my core values and authentic desires? What small step can I take to move in that direction, even with the fear present? This process isn't easy, and it's not something you master overnight. It takes practice, patience, and a lot of self-compassion. But it's absolutely essential if you want to stop feeling stuck and start creating a life you love. But the most powerful technique is still coming in later chapters, where I'll show you exactly how to transform your relationship with fear permanently. For now, remember this crucial truth. The opposite of fear isn't fearlessness. The opposite of fear is love. Love for yourself, love for your dreams, love for the person you're meant to become. When you make decisions from love instead of fear, everything changes. When you make decisions from love, you stop giving your power away to imaginary threats and start using it to create the life you actually want. When you make decisions from love, you stop being a victim of your circumstances and start being the author of your story. And that's when the real magic begins. Chapter 3. The Prison of Our Own Making. After that night of journaling about being my own kidnapper, I couldn't stop thinking about the ways we imprison ourselves. The more I reflected on it, the more I realized that most of us are living in prisons of our own making, and we don't even realize we're trapped. These prisons don't have bars or walls that you can see. They're made of beliefs, assumptions, and stories we tell ourselves about what's possible, what's practical, and what we deserve. They're constructed from the voices of well-meaning parents, teachers, and society telling us to be realistic, play it safe, and don't get your hopes up. But perhaps most insidiously, these prisons are reinforced every single day by our own choices. Every time we choose security over passion, every time we choose what's expected over what excites us, every time we choose to stay small instead of stepping into our full potential, we're adding another brick to the walls of our self-imposed prison. I started to see this pattern everywhere. I saw it in my clients who stayed in jobs they hated because they thought they should be grateful for steady employment. I saw it in friends who remained in relationships that drained them because they thought being alone would be worse. I saw it in family members who had given up on dreams they'd had since childhood because someone had convinced them those dreams weren't realistic. But most painfully, I saw it in myself. I thought about my early career choices. Fresh out of college, I had taken a job in counter-terrorism, not because it was my passion, but because it seemed impressive, secure, and like something my parents would be proud of. Don't get me wrong, the work was important and I learned valuable skills. But deep down, I knew it wasn't aligned with my authentic desires. I remember sitting in those Pentagon meetings, surrounded by incredibly intelligent and dedicated people, and feeling like I was watching my life from the outside. I was successful by conventional standards, but I felt empty inside. I was living someone else's definition of success, while my own dreams sat locked away in a prison of my own making. The prison had many rooms, each one representing a different way I had limited myself. There was the "I'm not qualified" room, where I kept all the opportunities I didn't pursue because I convinced myself I didn't have the right credentials, the right experience, or the right background. There was the "what will people think" room, where I stored all the authentic expressions of myself that I suppressed because I was afraid of judgment, criticism, or rejection. There was the "it's too risky" room, where I locked away all the dreams that excited me but seemed too uncertain, too unconventional, or too far outside my comfort zone. There was the I should be grateful room, where I kept all my dissatisfaction and longing, telling myself I was being ungrateful for wanting more than what I had. And perhaps the most crowded room of all was the maybe later room, where I stored all the things I told myself I would do someday when the timing was better, when I had more money, when I was more prepared, when the stars aligned perfectly. The thing about these prison rooms is that they feel safe. They feel familiar. They feel like protection from the scary, uncertain world outside. But they're not protection. They're limitation. They're not safety. They're stagnation. They're not wisdom. They're fear dressed up as practicality. I realized that I had become so comfortable in my self-imposed prison that I had started to mistake the walls for the world. I had begun to believe that my limitations were reality rather than choices. I had forgotten that I held the keys to my own freedom. This is what happens to so many of us. We get so used to our limitations that we forget they're self-imposed. We get so comfortable with our excuses that we forget they're just stories we're telling ourselves. We get so familiar with our fears that we forget they're not facts. But here's the truth that changed everything for me. You are not stuck because of your circumstances. You are not stuck because of your background, your education, your age, your resources, or your responsibilities. You are stuck because you have convinced yourself that you are stuck. You are stuck because you have built a prison of beliefs, assumptions, and stories that keep you small, keep you safe, and keep you from becoming who you're meant to be. And just like any prison, the first step to freedom is recognizing that you're trapped. I remember the exact moment this hit me. I was sitting in my Beverly Hills office, the same office where I would later receive that terrifying text message about my family. I was successful by most people's standards. I had a thriving career coaching business. I was helping people transform their lives. I was making good money and had a beautiful office in a prestigious location. But I felt trapped. I felt like I was living someone else's version of success. I felt like I was playing a role rather than being myself. I felt like I was helping other people break free from their prisons while remaining locked in my own. That's when I realized that success without authenticity is just a prettier prison. Achievement without alignment is just a more comfortable cage. Recognition without fulfillment is just a more decorated cell. I had been so focused on building what looked like success from the outside that I had forgotten to check whether it felt like success from the inside. I had been so busy meeting other people's expectations that I had lost touch with my own desires. This realization was both devastating and liberating. Devastating because it meant acknowledging that much of what I had built was not truly mine. Liberating because it meant I could choose to build something different. But breaking out of a self-imposed prison is not as simple as just deciding to leave. These prisons are reinforced by years, sometimes decades, of conditioning. They're supported by the voices of everyone who ever told you to be realistic, to play it safe, to not get your hopes up. They're maintained by your own inner critic, That voice in your head that sounds suspiciously like a combination of every authority figure who ever made you feel small, every peer who ever made you feel different, every experience that ever made you feel not good enough. Breaking free requires more than just recognition. It requires courage. It requires a willingness to disappoint people who have invested in your staying small. It requires a willingness to face uncertainty, to risk failure, to step into the unknown. Most of all, it requires a willingness to take responsibility for your own life, to stop blaming your circumstances and start changing them, to stop being a victim of your story and start being the author of it. This is what I call making a U-turn. It's the decision to stop living someone else's life and start living your own. It's the choice to stop being who you think you should be and start being who you actually are. It's the commitment to stop settling for what's safe and start reaching for what's possible. But making a U-turn is not a one-time decision. It's a daily practice. It's a moment-by-moment choice to choose authenticity over approval, passion over security, growth over comfort. It's the choice to ask yourself, every single day, am I living my life, or is my life living me? Am I making choices from love or from fear? Am I moving toward what I want, or am I running away from what I don't want? These are not easy questions to answer honestly, but they are essential questions if you want to break free from the prison of your own making and start creating a life that truly belongs to you. Because here's what I've learned. The door to your prison has always been unlocked. You've always had the key. You've always had the power to walk out and start over, to begin again, to choose differently. The only thing keeping you trapped is the belief that you're trapped. And beliefs, unlike prison walls, can be changed. The question is, are you ready to change them? Chapter 7. The Joy Journal Method. After recognizing that I was my own kidnapper and understanding how fear had been controlling my decisions, I knew I needed a practical way to reconnect with what actually brought me joy and fulfillment. That's when I discovered what I now call the Joy Journal Method, a simple but powerful tool that changed everything for me. You see, we live in a world right now of internet trolls and tweets and text messages, and the data is officially in. We are so connected that we're somehow, according to research, more disconnected than ever. In fact, in the United States alone, 71% of the workforce is on the job hunt. And I believe, as a career expert, that is because people don't like where they are. More than 70% of the United States is taking prescription drugs, and more than half of marriages are ending in divorce. We've heard it all before: do what you love and the money will follow. Or, my least favorite piece of advice, follow your passion. These short expressions are often a fast track to nowhere, but when you learn to really follow what feels good to you, your purpose is often either right in front of you or on the periphery of that. So maybe you're wondering, well, how do I really connect to my body? How do I feel what feels good? You're still being with this question, and that totally makes sense to me. Right now, scientists are calling our gut our second brain, and you've probably heard the research that suggests that there's more than 200 million neurons in our gut, which is equivalent to the size of a cat or dog's brain. So what does that mean to you? That means if in your nervous system you're feeling some sort of anxiety or disconnect, some nerves, something feels off, to trust it because your body is a messenger and it is constantly giving you feedback. In my early 20s, when I moved to Washington, D.C. to work in counterterrorism, I didn't know if that was going to be my ultimate career path, but something about it felt good to me. And guess what happened on the periphery? I succeeded in my career. I learned how to master the job hunt, and I became a career expert. And guess what happened on the periphery of that? I became a published author, my biggest dream. In a world of climbing the corporate ladder, 5-year plans, and unnecessary degrees, we are all striving for something that is so unrealistic. And it's perfection. But who you are at age 25 isn't going to be who you are at age 30, and it certainly isn't going to be who you are at age 40. And that's why I invite you to see your career as an experiment that really meets you where you are, a vehicle for your own self-expression. You can start with writing down all of your ideas and checking in with your body, seeing how they feel to you. Do you feel joy or do you feel fear? Do you feel expansion, or do you feel contraction? Do you feel liberation, or do you feel suffocation? That's why one of my favorite tools to recommend people that they use is called a joy journal. When you're feeling disconnected for 30 days, take the time to write down every single moment, that moment that lit you up the most, every single day. And I don't care if it's the woman you talked to in the bathroom line at the club or the meeting you led at work. Pay attention. And at the end of the 30 days, take note of if there's any patterns in your inspiration. Really ask yourself, what skill set am I using when I'm the most inspired? Because when you're in your inspiration, you're not being run or kidnapped by your fear. Let me tell you about Maria, one of my clients who used the Joy Journal method to completely transform her life. Maria was a successful accountant who had been working at the same firm for 12 years. She made good money, had job security, and everyone told her she should be grateful. But she felt dead inside. Every morning, she would drag herself to work, counting the hours until she could go home. She had convinced herself that this was just what adult life was supposed to feel like, that joy was something you experienced on weekends and vacations, not during your actual work. When Maria started her joy journal, she was skeptical. "I don't think I feel joy about anything anymore," she told me. But I encouraged her to start small, to notice even the tiniest moments of lightness or interest throughout her day. The first week, her entries were sparse. "Felt good when I helped my coworker understand a complex tax code. Enjoyed explaining the new software system to the interns. Felt energized during the team meeting when we were brainstorming solutions." But as the weeks went on, a pattern began to emerge. Maria consistently felt most alive when she was teaching, explaining, or helping others understand complex concepts. She realized that what she loved most about accounting wasn't the numbers themselves, but the moment when she could help someone else make sense of them. By the end of the 30 days, Maria had a revelation. She didn't hate accounting, she hated being isolated with spreadsheets all day. What she loved was the human connection, the teaching aspect, the moment when confusion turned to clarity in someone else's eyes. This insight led Maria to completely restructure her career. She started teaching accounting courses at a local community college in the evenings. She began offering financial literacy workshops to small business owners. Eventually, she left her corporate job to start her own consulting firm, where she specialized in helping entrepreneurs understand their finances. Today, Maria wakes up excited about her work. She's making more money than she ever did as a corporate accountant, but more importantly, she's using her skills in a way that feels authentic and fulfilling. The Joy Journal method helped her discover that she didn't need to abandon her expertise. She just needed to express it in a way that aligned with her authentic desires. The beauty of the Joy Journal method is its simplicity. You don't need any special equipment or training. You just need a notebook and the willingness to pay attention to your inner experience. Here's how it works. Every evening, before you go to bed, write down the moment from that day that brought you the most joy, energy, or sense of aliveness. It doesn't matter how small or seemingly insignificant it was. Maybe it was a conversation with a colleague, a problem you solved, a creative idea you had, or even just a moment when you felt completely present and engaged. Don't overthink it. Don't judge it. Don't worry about whether it's practical or realistic. Just notice what lit you up and write it down. After each entry, ask yourself these questions. What was I doing in this moment? Who was I with, or was I alone? What skills was I using? What about this moment felt good to me? How did my body feel during this experience? At the end of 30 days, read through all your entries and look for patterns. You might be surprised by what you discover. Maybe you'll notice that you feel most alive when you're solving problems, or when you're creating something new, or when you're helping others, or when you're working with your hands, or when you're communicating ideas. Maybe you'll realize that you're happiest when you're working alone, or when you're part of a team, or when you're leading others, or when you're learning something new. These patterns are clues to your authentic desires, your natural strengths, your unique way of contributing to the world. They're breadcrumbs leading you back to yourself. The Joy Journal method works because it bypasses your rational mind. which is often clouded by fear, expectations, and limiting beliefs. Instead, it taps into your body's wisdom, your intuitive knowing about what truly serves you. Your body doesn't lie. It doesn't care about what you should want or what looks good on paper. It only knows what feels good and what doesn't, what energizes you and what drains you, what expands you and what contracts you. When you start paying attention to these subtle signals, when you start honoring your body's feedback, you begin to make choices that are aligned with your authentic self rather than your conditioned self. This is how you begin to follow your freedom. This is how you start to feel what feels good. This is how you reconnect with the part of you that knows exactly what you want and exactly where you need to go. But here's the important thing to remember. The Joy Journal method is not about finding your one true passion or your perfect career. It's about developing a relationship with your inner guidance system, learning to trust your own experience, and making choices from a place of authenticity rather than fear. Because when you're connected to what truly brings you joy, when you're making decisions from that place of inner knowing, you're not being kidnapped by your fear anymore. You're being guided by your wisdom. And that changes everything. Chapter 8, Breaking Free from Perfectionism. So needless to say, your cute little joy journal isn't going to get you that love interest that you've been pining over, or that dream job that you really want. Action will. But perfectionism is the enemy of action. And often I've found that perfectionism is a mask that we all wear when we're afraid of failure. So ask yourself, am I a perfectionist? Because here's the truth of the matter. Clarity comes from engagement. It does not come from thought. Limbo is powerless. So if you want to be powerful, look at your list. Pick something that feels good. Show up. See what feedback the universe gives you. Make a commitment. And know that you can course correct along the way. I used to be a perfectionist. I thought it was a good thing, something to be proud of. I would spend hours, sometimes days, perfecting a presentation, an email, a proposal. I would research every possible angle, anticipate every potential objection, plan for every conceivable scenario. I told myself I was being thorough, professional, prepared. But the truth was, I was terrified. Terrified of making a mistake, of being criticized, of not being good enough. Perfectionism wasn't about excellence. It was about fear dressed up as high standards. And perfectionism was keeping me stuck. While I was busy perfecting, other people were doing. While I was planning the perfect launch, they were launching imperfect products and learning from real feedback. While I was waiting for the perfect moment, they were creating moments. I remember when I first had the idea to start my own coaching business. I spent months researching the market, analyzing the competition, perfecting my business plan. I designed and redesigned my website. I wrote and rewrote my marketing materials. I created detailed financial projections and contingency plans. But I didn't actually start coaching anyone. I told myself I wasn't ready yet. I needed more certifications, more experience, more clarity about my niche. I needed the perfect brand, the perfect website, the perfect marketing strategy. I needed to know exactly how everything was going to work before I could begin. Meanwhile, a friend of mine who had the same idea simply put up a basic website, posted on social media that she was starting a coaching practice, and within a week had her first paying client. She figured things out as she went along, adjusted her approach based on real feedback, and built a successful business while I was still perfecting my business plan. That's when I realized that perfectionism isn't about creating something perfect. It's about avoiding the discomfort of being imperfect in public. It's about protecting yourself from criticism, judgment, and failure. But in trying to protect yourself from these things, you also protect yourself from success, growth, and fulfillment. Perfectionism is a prison disguised as a palace. It feels noble and admirable, but it's actually a sophisticated form of self-sabotage. It's a way of staying safe while appearing ambitious, a way of avoiding risk while seeming dedicated. But here's what I've learned. Perfect is the enemy of good. Perfect is the enemy of done. Perfect is the enemy of progress. And most importantly, perfect is the enemy of authentic. Because perfection isn't real. It's an illusion, a moving target, an impossible standard that keeps you running on a hamster wheel of never enough. No matter how much you perfect something, there's always more that could be improved, refined, optimized. And while you're chasing this impossible standard, life is passing you by. Opportunities are slipping away. Other people are taking action, making mistakes, learning, growing and succeeding, while you're still trying to get everything just right. The antidote to perfectionism isn't lowering your standards or accepting mediocrity. It's embracing what I call good enough to go. It's recognizing that done is better than perfect, that action is better than analysis, that real-world feedback is better than theoretical planning. When I finally launched my coaching business, my website was far from perfect. My marketing materials were good enough, but not great. My processes were basic and would need refinement. But I was in business, I was serving clients, I was learning and growing and improving based on real experience rather than imaginary scenarios. And you know what happened? My imperfect business was more successful than my perfect plan ever could have been, because it was real. It was responsive to actual market needs rather than my assumptions about what the market needed. It was flexible and adaptable rather than rigid and theoretical. This is the power of embracing imperfection. It allows you to engage with reality rather than hiding from it. It allows you to learn from actual experience rather than theoretical knowledge. It allows you to course correct based on real feedback rather than imaginary problems. But breaking free from perfectionism isn't easy, especially if you've been using it as a coping mechanism for years. It requires a fundamental shift in how you think about failure, criticism, and success. First, you have to redefine failure. Instead of seeing failure as evidence that you're not good enough, you have to see it as information. Every failure teaches you something valuable about what works and what doesn't, about what you need to adjust or improve. Thomas Edison didn't fail 1,000 times before inventing the light bulb. He found 1,000 ways that didn't work. Each failure brought him closer to the solution. Each mistake was a stepping stone, not a stumbling block. Second, you have to reframe criticism. Instead of seeing criticism as an attack on your worth as a person, you have to see it as feedback about your work. Not all criticism is valid or helpful, but some of it is. And the only way to know the difference is to put your work out there and see how people respond. When you're hiding behind perfectionism, you never get this valuable feedback. You never know what resonates with people and what doesn't. You never learn what you need to improve or what you're already doing well. Third, you have to redefine success. Instead of measuring success by how perfect something is, you have to measure it by how much you're learning, growing, and progressing toward your goals. Success isn't about never making mistakes. It's about making mistakes quickly, learning from them, and adjusting your approach. The most successful people I know are not the ones who never fail. They're the ones who fail fast, learn quickly, and keep moving forward. They understand that perfection is not the goal, progress is. So how do you break free from perfectionism? You start by taking imperfect action. You launch before you're ready. You share your work before it's perfect. You have conversations before you know exactly what to say. You embrace the discomfort of being imperfect in public. You accept that some people might criticize you, that you might make mistakes, that things might not go exactly as planned. And you do it anyway. Because on the other side of that discomfort is everything you want. On the other side of perfectionism is progress. On the other side of fear is freedom. Remember, you don't have to be perfect to be valuable. You don't have to have all the answers to help someone. You don't have to be completely ready to begin. You just have to be willing to start where you are, with what you have, and trust that you'll figure out the rest along the way. Because you will. You always do. The universe rewards action, not perfection. It rewards courage, not certainty. It rewards those who are willing to be imperfect in service of something greater than their own comfort. So stop perfecting and start progressing. Stop planning and start playing. Stop preparing and start participating. Your imperfect action is infinitely more valuable than your perfect inaction, and the world is waiting for what you have to offer, imperfections and all. Chapter 9. Your U-turn begins now. You know, looking back and thinking about the fake kidnapping incident, I think a lot about my dad and all of the trauma that he experienced that day, nearly wiring his entire life savings to some strangers on the phone. I think about how the truth always really does leave clues, how he thought to ask if it was me or if he could talk to me because early on in the kidnapper conversation, he wanted to talk to me for proof. Some part of him knew. I think about how he gave away his power in desperation and in fear, as we all do. And most of all, I thought about my compassion for the kidnappers and all of the lessons that I really learned. We all have the opportunity to free ourselves. And it starts with really taking a look at who you are, doing a self-audit, following what feels good, and taking action. No matter where you are in your life right now, you have the opportunity to make a U-turn. That means connecting to the truth, connecting to your body, connecting to your joy. Most of all, that means making your U-turn. But here's what I want you to understand. Making a U-turn isn't a one-time event. It's not something you do once and then you're done. It's a practice, a way of living, a commitment to choosing yourself over and over again, every single day. Every morning when you wake up, you have a choice. You can choose to live someone else's life, or you can choose to live your own. You can choose to be driven by fear, or you can choose to be guided by love. You can choose to stay stuck, or you can choose to keep growing. The U-turn is that choice. It's the moment when you decide to stop being a victim of your circumstances and start being the author of your story. It's when you stop asking, why is this happening to me? And start asking, what is this teaching me? And how can I use this to become who I'm meant to be? I've seen thousands of people make this choice, and I can tell you that it's never too late and it's never too early. I've worked with 22-year-olds who felt stuck in careers they'd barely started, and 65-year-olds who thought it was too late to change. I've worked with people who had everything on paper but felt empty inside, and people who had lost everything but found themselves in the process. The common thread among all of them wasn't their age, their background, their resources, or their circumstances. It was their willingness to take responsibility for their own happiness, their own fulfillment, their own life. Let me tell you about David, a 45-year-old executive who came to me feeling completely lost. He had climbed the corporate ladder, achieved everything he thought he was supposed to want, and felt more miserable than ever. He was making 6 figures, had a corner office, and was respected by his peers. But he felt like he was dying inside. I don't even know who I am anymore, he told me in our first session. I've been playing this role for so long that I've forgotten what I actually want. David's U-turn began with a simple question. If money weren't a factor, what would you do with your time? At first, he couldn't answer. He'd been so focused on what he should do, what was expected of him, what would make others proud, that he'd completely lost touch with his own desires. But as we worked together, as he started paying attention to what brought him joy, a picture began to emerge. David loved working with his hands. He loved creating things. He loved the satisfaction of building something from nothing. It turned out that David's happiest memories were from his childhood, when he would spend hours in his grandfather's woodworking shop, learning to make furniture, birdhouses, and toys. But somewhere along the way, he'd been convinced that this was just a hobby, not a real career. David's U-turn didn't happen overnight. It took him 2 years to transition from his corporate job to starting his own custom furniture business. He started small, working on projects in his garage on weekends. He built up a client base slowly, carefully, while still maintaining his day job. There were moments when he doubted himself, when the fear crept in, when he wondered if he was making a huge mistake. But every time he felt that fear, he would remember the feeling of creating something beautiful with his own hands, the satisfaction of seeing a client's face light up when they saw their custom piece, the sense of alignment he felt when he was doing work that truly mattered to him. Today, David runs a successful furniture business. He makes less money than he did as an executive, but he's never been happier. He wakes up excited about his work. He feels proud of what he creates. He's living his life, not someone else's version of what his life should be. David's story illustrates something crucial about the U-turn. It's not about making dramatic, overnight changes. It's about making conscious, intentional choices that align with who you really are. It's about taking small steps in the direction of your authentic desires, even when you can't see the whole staircase. The U-turn is also about accepting that the path won't always be clear, that you won't always know what comes next, that you'll have to figure some things out as you go along. And that's okay. In fact, that's part of the beauty of it. When you're living someone else's life, the path is predetermined. You know exactly what you're supposed to do next because someone else has already decided for you. But when you're living your own life, when you're following your own inner guidance, the path unfolds as you walk it. This can feel scary at first, especially if you're used to having everything planned out, but it's also incredibly liberating. It means you get to discover who you are and what you're capable of. It means you get to surprise yourself. It means you get to create a life that's uniquely yours. The U-turn is also about learning to trust yourself. For so long, you've been looking outside yourself for answers, for validation, for permission to be who you are. But the truth is, everything you need is already inside you. You already know what you want. You already know what feels right. You just need to learn to listen to that inner voice and trust what it's telling you. This doesn't mean you should ignore advice from others or refuse to learn from people who have more experience than you. It means you should filter everything through your own inner knowing. It means you should take what serves you and leave what doesn't. It means you should remember that you are the expert on your own life. As we come to the end of this journey together, I want to leave you with 3 key principles that will guide you as you make your own U-turn. First, remember that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's feeling the fear and taking action anyway. You don't have to wait until you're not scared to make a change. You just have to be willing to move forward despite the fear. Second, trust the process. Your U-turn might not look like anyone else's, and that's exactly how it should be. Your path is unique to you. Your timeline is unique to you. Your definition of success is unique to you. Don't compare your journey to anyone else's. Third, be patient with yourself. Change takes time. Growth takes time. Becoming who you're meant to be takes time. There will be setbacks, challenges, moments of doubt. That's all part of the process. What matters is that you keep going, that you keep choosing yourself, that you keep making your U-turn. The fake kidnapping incident that started this whole journey taught me something profound. We all have the power to free ourselves from whatever is holding us captive. Whether it's fear, limiting beliefs, other people's expectations, or our own self-imposed limitations, we always have the choice to break free. The kidnappers in my father's story weren't real, but the fear was. The prison you might be living in isn't real either, but the limitations feel very real. The good news is that if the prison isn't real, then the key to freedom is in your hands. You have the power to make a U-turn. You have the power to stop feeling stuck. You have the power to create a career and a life you love. The question isn't whether you can do it. The question is, will you? Your U-turn begins now. Not tomorrow, not next week, not when you have more money or more time or more certainty. Now, take the first step. Do the self-audit. Start your joy journal. Take imperfect action. Trust yourself. Trust the process. Trust that you have everything you need to create the life you want. Because you do. You always have. You just needed to remember. Welcome to your U-turn. Welcome to your freedom. Welcome to your life. The journey begins now.